This is a test. This is only a test.
Test.
Let's let everybody in the room. We're streaming live. It is 5:04, and I will call this regular meeting of the governing body for July 28, 2021 to order. Let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Vigil Koppler. Salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilwoman Villarreal, and invocation from Councilor Garcia, and then remembrances. Please rise.
And I want to leave us with just a short quote from an unknown author. Be patient. Sometimes you have to go through the worst to get the best. With that, back to you, Mr.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there folks who would like the microphone to remember somebody? Councilwoman Villarreal.
Just a couple of friends and people in the community that have passed, Manuel Manny Martinez Jr. and Larry Leyba. I just wanted to offer condolences to their family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? Let's take those two names and any others who have left us and have a moment of silence in their honor. Thank you, everybody. So if we could begin then with a call of the roll from the clerk.
Mayor Weber,
Present.
Counselor Betha,
Here.
Counselor Cassett,
Here.
Counselor Garcia,
Present.
Counselor Lindell,
Here.
Counselor Rivera,
Here.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Here.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Here.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. Before we get to the approval of the agenda, I've been asked to take item 12A off for tonight. It is not, there is no staff report to offer, so we'll eliminate that from the agenda. Are there other changes? If not, can I get a motion to approve as amended?
Move to approve. Second.
I got a motion from Councilor Lindell. The second was Councilor Vihel Coppler. Was that you or I missed it? Was it you? Okay, thank you. Very good. We have a motion and a second. Could the clerk call the roll, please?
Counselor Betha,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Are there items that folks would like to take off of the consent calendar? Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull item L as in luck to recuse myself.
I will make that note. Any other, Councilwoman Villarreal, you raised your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item G to discuss possible additional dates. H and K, as in, what is K? K. There you go. That's all.
Thank you. Others? Very good. So can we get a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended?
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Villarreal and a second from Councilor Romero Worth. If there's no discussion, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Betha,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Consent calendar has been approved as amended.
thank you. Item 8A is the minutes from our regular governing body meeting of July the 14th, 2021. Are there amendments or changes to those minutes? And if not, can we get a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion to approve from Councilor Vihel Coppler, a second from Councilor Lindell. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Betha,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item then, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the next item on the agenda is item 9A. It's City of Santa Fe Water Status Update and Outlook. Jesse Roach, our Water Division Director, is available for this presentation.
Mr. Roach, you have the floor, and we have Mr. Martinez and is there anyone else with you tonight, Mr. Roach, or is it just you and Marcos?
Just me and Marcos, Mr. Mayor.
Good, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking the governing body for the time and the opportunity to give an update on the water supply status. I did email a PDF version of these slides earlier in the day to the governing body. In this time of extreme drought, I think that residents are rightfully concerned and interested in where we stand from a water standpoint. And we, as a water division and the city, need to continue to get better at telling that story. So this is what we'll try and do here. So the first slide is pretty text heavy, and it's the slide design that if you need to print one thing out and carry it around to have with you, this is the slide to print. And if there are just three things to sort of take away that you remember from this presentation, I would like to offer the first three bullets as something to remember. Since 1995, population that we serve as a water division has increased by 25%, but during the same period, we've reduced our total use by a third. For the past 5 years, our demand has been below 9,000 acre feet per year. But for the same period of time, we estimate that our sustainable supply has been about 13,000 acre feet per year. So 4,000 acre feet per year more than we need or have needed. As a result, well levels have recovered dramatically over the past 10 years. And it's really the four sources of supply that we have, plus conservation, that keep us in a resilient position, even in this remarkable drought. And we're working on a fifth source of supply. We require builders to expand our water supply in order to be able to develop in the city. And we're actively developing and updating 40 and 80-year water resource plans. The second slide is a picture, which is worth quite a few words as well. There are two things that I want to point out about this slide. The first one is that our use, and so what we're looking at on this slide is from the year 1925 through 2020, the water supply that we produced to meet demand. Starting with just the Santa Fe River and then adding groundwater sources. And finally, in 2011, adding the Buckman Direct Diversion. I would like to point out the amount of surface water that we use, which started at 100%, but then was slowly reduced as we added groundwater supplies. In the last 10 years, we have brought that back to a place where we're utilizing about 80% surface water in an average year. And that's where we want to be. Surface water we think of as our checking account. We can see it and it's renewable and we use it preferentially. Groundwater, the wells, we think of as our savings account. We like to save them in reserve for periods of drought, periods of need. The second really important piece to point out in this slide is that since 1995, when we peaked at over 13,000 acre feet of demand per year, and we're serving about 68,000 people, incredible conservation measures have reduced that total demand down to below 9,000 acre feet. So that's the 33% decrease I mentioned. And at the same time, the population served has increased by 25%. This is one of the reasons that this year, although we are in extreme drought, we don't need to ask people to do more, because we've asked for the last 25 years and people have incorporated conservation into the very ethic of Santa Fe water use and have done enough to get us through this year without doing even more. And even this year, halfway through the year, and we're all aware of the newspaper articles and the radio hearing about what an extreme drought we're in. Halfway through the year, we're still at 80% surface water. And that's where we like to be. Essentially, this is allowing us to keep putting more water into our savings account, into the wells. Another way to look at this then is to look at the last 5 years, from 2016 through 2020. Our demand has been roughly a little below 9,000, but for round numbers, we're looking at 9,000 acre feet per year. And during that same period of time, our sustainable supply has been roughly 13,000 acre feet per year. And you can see that in the current conditions, we're basically utilizing almost all the surface water, or even a little bit more of the surface water than we sustainably have by dipping into our wells, but we're not really leaning on the wells. And that means that we do have room to grow, but that growth currently is sort of adding to the demand on our well fields. The well fields are a great story. And so in the city wells, which were drilled originally in 1950, in the 60 years after they were drilled, they were used significantly, and the average depth of water in those wells dropped by 150 feet. Meanwhile, the Buckman wells were drilled in 1970, and in the next 40 years, they were heavily used, and the water levels on average dropped in those wells by 600 feet. Since 2010, so since we brought BDD online, and along with the strong conservation that I've mentioned, we haven't been utilizing these wells as heavily. We've been lightly using them just to make sure that they're available for us if we need them. And the city well field has regained more than a third of the drawdown that it saw as of 2010. And the Buckman well field has regained over 80% of the drawdown that was seen as of 2010. This is a great story. This is us rebuilding our savings accounts. But we would prefer to keep these wells as essentially a drought-proof backup. So let's look again at this graph, and this is where our near-term plan for continuing to build out our water resiliency comes in, and that is the San Juan Chama return flow project. So I already mentioned that currently we are in good shape. We have more sustainable supply than we need. But as I mentioned, we'd prefer to keep the wells entirely in reserve. And so by adding the return flow pipeline, the return flow project, we can expand our renewable surface water supply dramatically and continue to build that resilience that we rely on. The question then, though, is what happens as growth occurs and also as climate change continues to set in? And we've looked at this. We finished a round of planning in 2015 and updated it a little bit in the years following. And we have estimates from the best available science that surface water supplies in New Mexico are likely to drop by between 25 and 33% in the rivers. And we think that likely means a similar reduction in the sustainable groundwater supply. So we're preparing for that, and along with the return flow project, that is where we hope to end up in the far future, in the 40 to 80 year time frame. And that's where our long-term water resources planning efforts come into place. We just started another cycle, another process. We're calling it 2100 because we're looking out all the way to the end of the century. Last year, we proposed a planning process. In fact, the planning process we're looking at here, we went to the public for feedback. We finalized that process, and this year we're starting to look at supply and demand projections. Next year, we'll look at what those projections mean for potential shortages. And the following year, what are the adaptation strategies that we can bring to bear to prevent those shortages? That's where ongoing studies into things like aquifer storage and recovery will be fed in. And then finally, that'll all be formalized into our next long-range water resources plan going out 40 and 80 years. And then when we're done with that, we can look at how it went, what we learned, what we did well, and we start the process again so that we're always looking out to make sure that we're maintaining a resilient water supply. So with that, I'm just going to return to the sort of main takeaway points that since 1995, we've grown by 25%, but we've reduced water use by a third. that our current demand is below our current sustainable supply. And so we do have room to grow into that sustainable supply. Our wells are doing great. 4 and soon 5 sources of supply, we hope, and active development of and updating of the 40 and 80 year water resource plans. So with that, I will stop sharing and am happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Jesse. Very good. Councilor Merrill-Worth, you have questions or comments to build on this?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you, Jesse. I think what you've done tonight is help tell this story in a really clear and easily understood manner. And I think I have to say that I was stopped in the grocery store a couple of days ago by a constituent who told me that they were very worried about the amount of development in the city and where were we going to get the water? We don't have the water. And so I tried on the spot to ease her concerns. And I think your slide, your first and last slide, will really help the next time that occurs. Because I think our community is very concerned that we're being good stewards, that we're paying attention, that we're planning for the future. And I want to, as you said at the beginning, I want to validate that, it's wonderful that the community is paying attention and wants to do right in the kind of lifestyle that we have here. And so I'm glad people are paying attention, but I'm really also very grateful to you for the slides that you put together to help maybe ease some of the fear that's out there. And I know there are, I would draw attention to, I guess, to the some of the newspaper stories we've been seeing, particularly there's a small town in Utah that is put a building moratorium in place. And maybe can you speak to why we're different from that little town and why that's not something we need to be thinking about in this time?
Councilor, members of the governing body, I don't know the specific details of the town. I did read the article and things like that, do cause concern. I believe that the reason we're not in that position is because not only do we not just have one supply, we have 4 supplies. And we sort of learned our lesson. We grew a lot. We had very high demand in 1995. In 2002, we saw incredibly low surface water inflows, and we had to rely on our wells that year. And just that year, we produced over 9,000 acre feet of water from the wells alone. And then we really got serious about conservation. And as a result, we do have a system that the wells alone could meet our demand in any given day or any given year. Now, not year in and year out, and that's why we sort of estimate that year in and year out, the groundwater could support us at a level of maybe 5,000 acre feet, not 9,000. But we do have that capacity and that backup. And in some ways, it's a trial by fire of going through what we went through in the early 2000s. And I'm thankful for everyone who came before me and all the people on the team here that continue to think about it and try and be out 40, 60, even 80 years. And thank you to your leadership for providing guidance towards that end.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing I would ask you is there's more we can do, right? So we have, as you pointed out, the return flow pipeline. I think the city's water conservation committee continues to look at ways that we can be more efficient and do more with conservation. And we can do more there. You mentioned aquifer storage and recovery, really big concept. I don't know, maybe you want to talk about some of the other things that we're looking at and that we can do that'll continue to help us. It's not that we only have 4,000 acre feet left to work with. We actually are continuing to work on things that will make us more efficient and give us more room to grow, really.
Yes, I would agree. And at some point, somebody made an analogy that there's no silver bullet, but maybe there's bronze buckshot. And I think that's sort of what we have here. We have on many fronts, we can continue to improve. There's the commercial sector that we're going after in terms of conservation, as you mentioned, aquifer storage and recovery. So currently, if we continue with the analogy of the wells as a savings account, our savings account is sort of passively rebuilding right now because we're not pulling as much out of it, and it sort of gets a certain amount each year. But the aquifer storage and recovery would allow us to more actively actually add water to storage there. The other piece is that we're starting to figure out how to use our effluent. That's our next big move, the fifth supply. And the interesting thing about that resource is that it's something that we control in terms of how much water we use inside and keep within the system. So we are looking at any idea that we can think of, and that's where we do ask for public feedback and input in our planning process. And if anything sticks, we'll look at it. Nothing's off the table, and we're working on many fronts.
So, can you just briefly talk about aquifer storage and recovery? I think it's an important concept. As we know, with climate change, we're going to have wet years, we're going to have dry years, and in those wet years, it's essentially a way to store some of the water that we might capture in a wet year. Just as a brief, simple concept.
That's correct, and so we're looking sort of at potential aquifer storage and recovery within the city limits. Imagine either passively in the river or potentially at a park where we might be able to benefit from both an aesthetic feature of these infiltration ponds and also putting water into the ground, so that when we do have that excess surface water, we can move that surface water from the rivers into the ground. And then when a dry year comes along where we need to rely more heavily on the groundwater, we've essentially stored surface water in a previous year to make it easier for us to lean on those wells.
Yeah, thank you. I too want to thank all the people who've come before us who have built this resiliency in the system that we have. It's many councils prior who have made some hard decisions that have put us in this strong position. And I feel a responsibility to continue that work. And I guess, it's really timely as we look at the development we need to do around affordable housing and, creating space for people in our community who work here to live here. And, our ability to add that development is going to be really important. And so I'm very thankful for the people who came before us who have made such a strong water supply system for us to work with so that we can do a variety of things to help our community be as strong as possible. So thank you. Thank you, Jesse, for the presentation. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity.
Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jesse, quick question. On a slide, you had said since 1995, our city has grown by 25%, water conservation 30 or a third, which is 33%, so which is an offset of 8%. So are you saying we've, since 1995, due to growth and our conservation efforts, in actuality, it's 8% at the end of the day?
Councilor, thank you for the question and the opportunity to clarify. No, the total reduction in total water use is 33%. And I will take the opportunity to show a couple of sort of back pocket slides I have here to kind of get at the gist of your question. So let me reshare here. Okay. So here I am showing population this is the population served by the water division is shown in the blue bars. And it goes from around, and it's on the right axis. It goes from about 68,000 people in 1995 up to somewhere in the 85,000 people in 2019. This doesn't quite go through 2020. And then the per capita then, if we take the total water produced for the entire city and divide it by that population, we come up with a metric called gallons per capita per day. And what we see here is even more dramatic, is that we went from a place where on average, and now this includes all uses, all sectors, it includes hotel use, restaurant use, car wash use, everything divided by the total population. But with that metric, we've almost cut that metric in half. So we've gone from 170 down to 87. So it's very dramatic what we've done on the conservation side of things. And that's allowed the overall total to drop by 33%, from about 13,000 to about 9,000.
Okay, that definitely helps. I appreciate the clarification, Jesse. No other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Roach, for your presentation. And I just wanted you to elaborate on that bullet point that talked about requiring builders to expand water supply. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure, and Marcos, chime in if you would like. At this point, the way our water code works is, although physically we estimate that from the Buckman well field, we could produce about 3,000 acre feet year in and year out, and that would be sustainable forever. We actually don't have the water rights to do that year in and year out. And so when a developer comes and says, we want to do this development, we say, oh, okay, how big is it? Oh, it looks like you'll need an acre foot per year, let's say. And we say, or actually, let's say it's 10 acre feet per year you're going to need to bring to us. And we say that's a large enough development that you actually have to go find those water rights and bring them to us. Now, this starts to go down into the weeds, but what happens is that when we pump the Buckman well field, it impacts the Rio Grande. And so that's why we need water rights, is that we're essentially diverting water with some delay from the Rio Grande. And in order to do that, the state engineer tells us, you need to have water rights for that. And so that ends up being a water right, typically from irrigation somewhere downstream of Cochiti, between Cochiti and Elephant Butte, that is transferred to the city so that developer can make the development.
And I'll just supplement. I agree with everything Jesse said. And but another way to look at the way that the city requires what the slide said was builders or developers to add water is that the city at one point in time basically determined how much demand there was for all of the existing uses. And it determined that it could also meet that available demand, but it was also concerned with future growth. And it made a policy decision, and it enacted this into the code to say that new growth or unaccounted for new demand would have to offset its impacts. And so that principle has been codified in the code in several sections of Chapter 25 and parts of Chapter 14, the land use code as well. And in a very general way, what it means is that we ask developers to calculate how much their new building, restaurant, business, home, subdivision, what have you, how much that the water budget will be for that new development. We have a standard set of calculations for that new development, and then we ask the developer to offset that new demand by transferring water rights, or in the instances of certain special cases like affordable housing, to pay a fee in lieu, again, so that the city can then invest in other water rights and take the burden of that obligation to find additional water rights to meet the incremental impact of that new demand.
Thank you for that. I guess I'm always curious because there's people have said, and we hear about paper water rights. And so I wanted to understand if builders actually provide paper water rights, or they actually have to find a water supply source?
Well, you know, it's a complicated administration system in New Mexico, as you know. But what's happening is that when we are purchasing an irrigation water right, that irrigation right is no longer flowing down the Rio Grande to feed whatever farm it would have. And so the Rio Grande, in a sense, is being augmented by that lack of diversion that's happening. And that augmentation of the Rio Grande is supposed to equal the amount of groundwater pumping that the city would undertake by supplying that new development. So there is a paper transfer in terms of who owns that water right, but there is a physical balance that needs to be met. And that physical balance is very important and carefully regulated by the state engineer, because they're trying to meet compact compliance obligations between the state of New Mexico and the state of Texas. So the state engineer is certainly not turning any blind eye. They're very focused on this issue. They want to make sure that any impacts, any sort of depletions that are being caused by our groundwater pumping are being offset by increased augmented flows in the surface. And so we retire those surface water rights to offset that impact. And the state engineer takes a very conservative view of that to make sure that the fullest degree of our groundwater pumping that's increased would be fully offset by real surface water.
Thank you for that clarification. I guess I'm always curious if there's a way or a point where we have a cap because the flow isn't what we were anticipating. And then we would have to adjust what we agree upon in terms of development rights or development projects. So I'm curious what you all think, if there's a point where we would have to slow things down because there's a indication that the augmentation is limited. So at what point would we find that out, and how do we engage with the state engineer if that were to occur? Is that like a regular communication that occurs with them? Or I'm just curious because of the large influx of what's happening now in development, and trying to understand if there's a point where we have to decide if there's a limitation.
I think
for approved
the
development.
being cognizant of, I apologize. I was going to say, I think being cognizant of what we're doing at any given year is really important, and looking out into the future was part of Jesse's presentation. So we think we know what our sustainable supply is going into the future. Nevertheless, I think it behooves the city to take a critical look at whether this is the best approach for offsetting our impacts, or if projects like the pipeline project will give an alternative way to meet this water supply by more efficiently using our effluent and using it as an additional supply of water. But the state engineer, we have regular reporting requirements to the state engineer to indicate what we're diverting as both surface and groundwater. I think we will want to reevaluate whether the retirement of irrigation rights is still the best use of the city's investment in its water future, or if the pipeline provides, again, an alternative method to meet some of that additional demand. And I don't know if Jesse has anything more to add to that.
No, thank you. That was well put.
So based on our calculations that you just showed us now, is that based on our current growth rate, which is actually very low if you look at the numbers, but it's increasing, and it'll be interesting to see how our growth rate has because I actually feel like it possibly has been. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen the numbers. I'd like to see that, but I'm just curious, is our growth trend based on past numbers, or looking at how there's more growth occurring?
Thank you for that question. I'm going to bring up another slide that kind of gets to this. We don't know what that growth will be, and we've looked at low growth scenarios and we've looked at high growth scenarios. So let me share this and speak to it a little bit. Okay, so this graph now shows going from 2020 all the way out to 2070. I'm getting a little feedback, but that this is estimated shortage if we were to do nothing. And so essentially it's if there's additional growth, and so the growth is represented by two different levels of growth. There's a high growth scenario, which is the red dashed line, and there's a low growth scenario, which is the blue dotted line. We don't know which will occur. And what's interesting is that the amount of uncertainty between those two is actually greater than the shading on here actually represents what a given climate model thinks may happen to our supply. So some climate models will have a larger impact than others in our particular region. And so there's a lot of uncertainty about what may happen to supply, but there's an equal or even greater potentially amount of uncertainty in terms of what will happen to demand. We're trying to be ready for both. I mean, the worst case scenario here is if the climate change models are sort of underestimating what's happening and the growth is rapid, we think we might see shortages as early as the 2030s. On the other hand, if we can keep our growth relatively low and the climate change models are, somewhere in the middle, we don't think we would see shortages without doing anything until into the 50s. So these are the analyses that we do to try and understand how aggressive do we need to be to implement the bronze buckshot.
Thank you, Director Roach. Can you send us that slide? I don't think that was in our presentation.
You are correct. I'd be happy to share. I'll share both that I ended up showing with the governing body.
Great, thank you. That's all.
Councilor Vihil-Coppell.
Thank you. I would like to see in the future some kind of chart or update on the commitments we have in our water rights and compared to development and how many we have left to use. I'm not sure I'm saying this right, but I would like to see the big picture of our commitments. And I also wonder how well this is working internally, because I'm not sure that there is a current or correct accounting for water rights internally. And I believe that having that information would help give me a level of confidence. And certainly the knowledge of where we stand with water rights. I know how the system works, and I, for lack of a better system, I guess that's what we have to use. But I really think it would be useful to me, maybe some of the other counselors, if we saw an actual report on how many water rights the city has, where they're going, how many commitments do we have out there compared to the developments that are going on right now. And again, I just think it would be useful information and useful to the public, because there is, as Councilor Romero-Worth pointed out, a grave concern among the public about where are we getting the water. And so it is somewhat of a mystery sometimes to people, and even sometimes to me. But I do have at least a fairly decent working knowledge of it. I would just like to see it on paper. So thank you.
Councilor, thank you for that comment. We do have a table that tracks our water bank, which is, I think, part of your question, and it is in our annual report. I will include that with the 2 slides when I send that. I think your question is a little bigger than that, getting at sort of where we stand on a water rights perspective compared to what we're pumping. And I think we do have charts like that, but maybe Marcos wants to weigh in on that.
Oh, no, I was going to actually recommend the same source, the annual water report. I can give you very big, numbers on where our water rights are. We have 10,000 acre feet for a permit in the Buckman well field, 4,865 in the city well field, 5,230 acre feet for San Juan Chama water and 5,040 acre feet water right on the Santa Fe River. So we have roughly 25,000 acre feet of water in paper. Our annual demand, as Jesse indicated, was 9,000 acre feet. But we can provide that documentation to you.
Thank you. I also want the other side of that coin, and that is what commitments and how are the developers producing these water rights? Where are they getting them from? And how does that impact all the numbers that you just mentioned? Because this is all the same water. So it's, I just
do you want me
want
to address that now or?
No, I would like to see a report of some sort that tells us the commitments we've made passing the development projects that we have on file now. And I know future developments like the next phase of Terra Contenta, that's going to be a major development. And so I just want to understand the picture, the big picture of how all these water rights work together. What are the commitments so far? And when the developers bring water rights to the table, where are they coming from? Something like that. I may not be explaining it exactly, but, and I'm happy to talk to you later on just to make sure that, you know, you're getting at what I'm trying to get at. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Rivera, and then you, Councilor Merrill.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Roach and Mr. Martinez for being here and for presenting some great slides. My question is, do these models take into account the water used by the county and potential growth of the county, since we have at least one shared water supply?
Counselor, that's a great question. Almost all the slides that I showed were city only. However, that last one I showed with shortages included potential county demand. But I will say that in this 40 and 80 year process, that we're embarking on, it is with the county and it will include potential county demands.
Okay. Do we know when a presentation or a report might be ready with regards to county estimates?
That's a really good question. We hope by the end of this year to have a notion of demand projections for both the city and the county.
Okay. And then you mentioned earlier in answering a question from Councilor Villarreal about water rights at Elephant Butte. Did I hear that right?
I think I said that the water rights that we would ask to be transferred into the Buckman well field typically come from irrigated fields somewhere between Cochiti and Elephant Butte.
All right. So can you explain for the average listener how water downstream translates to physical water here in Santa Fe?
Sure. And I think this is something that Marcos was trying to get at, which is essentially that when those water rights are transferred, instead of a diversion occurring at a farm in Los Lunas, that diversion effectively is occurring at the Rio, through the bottom of the Rio Grande and to our well field at Buckman. Is that getting at the question?
I think so. I still think we have to find a better way to try to explain it to people who, you know, the lay person that's just sitting around maybe in bed listening to the recording of this some night. So I don't know what the best way to do that is. Does our demand account for our commitments to the acequias and to the downstream users? I assume it does. Just want to make sure.
In the graphs that I showed you, it did not explicitly account for those demands, but the fact that we've only used a certain amount of Santa Fe River water through time does account for the fact that we are delivering to the acequias as the first priority.
And what about downstream users?
And the downstream users, and Marcos may want to speak to this, that hasn't been formally adjudicated, but we do have a sense of the magnitude of those demands, which are easily served currently by effluent, and we expect that they will continue to be served with that effluent.
All right, and it may be too soon to ask this question. If it is, just let me know. But those future downstream commitments and concerns, once we do the water pipeline, the return flow pipeline, are there current supplies and demands going to be continued to be met?
Yes, and we do have a mechanism in the proposed agreement with the county, which is later on this agenda, to embark on a formal planning process for the lower Santa Fe River, led by the county and with active participation by the city.
All right, and then just one last question. I assume it'll, well, I don't know if it's in these slides or if it'll be discussed in future with the county, but currently I believe we have an agreement with the county that says if they decide to have a development somewhere close to Santa Fe and they ask for a meter, we have to provide them with the meter, and with that meter they could, with our permission, have access to not only well but reservoir water as well, correct? So we're really tied in all three water sources with the county. Is that correct?
That is correct to some degree. We have agreed to serve as a backup water supply for the county up to a certain amount of water. And we've also entered into an agreement with them at the BDD to essentially share and pool our resources. And so between those two, we are on the order of 2,600 acre feet of potential commitment to the county in a given year. And if BDD were off and they called for all of that, then that would be water that would come from either the Santa Fe River or our wells.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Mayor Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to touch on one thing that we haven't talked about with regard to developers and the idea that they estimate the amount of water that they'll need for their development, and then they are tasked with bringing that water with them in order to do the development. And one thing we haven't talked about is the Green Building Code and how we do regulate their water use in a way that you can't just, build something that's very water dense or rich, or they can't just build whatever they want. We have rules in place about efficiencies and conservation and that kind of thing. And I don't know if you just want to comment on that's another thing that helps in this big picture.
I agree. It's a very good point. The very aggressive building code continues to build on our successes with conservation and making it more and more efficient use of water with development.
Okay. And then I would also just point the public to a presentation that Jesse did as a part of a public outreach. And I believe that's on your website. Can you talk a little bit about what that presentation, it's a deeper dive into this area and more complicated slides and more depth. And if people are interested, where do they find that? And what was the nature of that presentation?
Yes, thank you. So that can be found at santafenm.gov/water. And you are correct. This set of slides was an attempt to really hit the high points. That one is a longer presentation. It goes into more detail, and there's both a slide deck and an actual recording available there for folks whose interest is piqued by the presentation tonight. That's a great place to go for a little bit more information.
And then just one other thing, Marcos, I know you did for the Next Generation Water Summit, a little explanation about how paper water rights represent real water. Is that presentation anywhere that people can access it generally? I know it's if you signed up for the Next Generation Water Summit, you can. I don't know if it's still available. You had access to those presentations. I don't know if yours is available somewhere if people wanted to again take a deeper dive and really understand this stuff, because it is complicated.
Counselor, thank you for the question. I would be happy to make those slides available to be put on the water section of the website, so that people can look at how the water right transfer process works and why the state engineer kind of administers the Rio Grande as one continuous source of water. And that's why you can move a water right from north of Elephant Butte, just north of Elephant Butte, all the way to Santa Fe. And that's because all of that water is accounted for in terms of the delivery obligation that the entire state of New Mexico has to make to Texas. And so if you pull water out down south, that decreases the amount of water to Texas. So if you add the water back in up north, it equals it out, and vice versa. So that if we're drawing water up north, but we retire a water right down south, again, you can equalize the amount of water that's meeting the state's delivery obligation at Elephant Butte Reservoir. But to answer your question, it's not available yet, but I'll make it available.
Great, thank you, and thank you again. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Terrific. Thank you both for a very informative presentation and great Q&A session. And you have some follow-up work that's been requested to provide additional information and more context. But I think the fundamental message that you're delivering is a very sound success story of forward-thinking planning, 25 plus years of thoughtful conservation and diversification of our water resource, with additional planning in the future, recognizing before many other organizations or jurisdictions that we needed to take into account climate change. And your calculations have done that dating back a number of years, and will continue to do that. So we'll see you again, I'm sure, but this is very timely and very informative. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I think we now move to the items from the consent calendar that were pulled. And if you could introduce, I believe the first one is G.
Yes, Mayor, it's item G. It's consideration of a resolution authorizing the sale and consumption of beer and wine at the Montezuma Pocket Park for the Sky Railway grand opening on September 3rd and 4th, 2021, pursuant to section 23.6.2A of the SFCC 1987.
And Councilwoman Villarreal, you were the person who both sponsored it and pulled it, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to confirm with City Clerk Mihalcik if there was additional dates they wanted to add to this particular resolution.
Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Villarreal, there was a request by High Garden Entertainment to amend this resolution to add additional dates. However, at this time, they have provided notification that they are finalizing details and times for their proposed amended dates, and they'll request a separate resolution for an event at that time, again at Montezuma Park within the rail yard.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So there's no need to amend this particular resolution then?
Not at this time, Councilwoman Villarreal.
Okay, so in that case, I will move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve from Councilwoman Villarreal, a second from Councilor Lindell. Are there questions? If not, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll on the motion?
Yes, I can. Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Would you then take us to item H, which was also taken off the consent calendar by Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes, item H is consideration of a resolution authorizing the consumption of alcohol during a wine tasting event produced by the Santa Fe Wine and Chili Fiesta, a nonprofit organization on city property during a Friday in September for the years 2021-20 through 2024. This is pursuant to subsection 23-6.2C, SFCC 1987.
Thank you. Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I didn't show in this action sheet, but I want to say it was quality of life. We had conversations about amending the location so that it was exact as to where the actual event was going to be held. And I didn't see that adjustment. In fact, our action sheet said that we just approved on consent, which was not accurate. So we need to fix that. And then just want to see what were the amendments that we suggested in quality of life committee about making sure Majors Field was the focus area and not Fort Marcy Field. I don't know if staff can answer that for us.
Jesse, do you have any information about Councilwoman's questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman, so Councilor Rivera's amendment to remove Fort Marcy Park from the resolution is in the packet. It's the third item down, the third attachment rather. I do see that the action sheet from Quality of Life is probably not accurate. I apologize for the screaming in the background. So I can ask Jen about that. So that's what I have.
So it may have been added late because when I reviewed it, and I just refreshed it, but the item you're talking about, I don't see. Let's see.
Or do you want to, would it be appropriate for him to speak to
Please.
that? Councilor Rivera, do you want to introduce or propose your amendment?
A simple amendment on page 2.
Probably need, wait, I apologize. We probably need to get a motion for the main resolution to then get to the amendment.
Move to
Oh.
approve. Second.
Okay.
We have a motion to approve the resolution as introduced from Councilwoman Cassett and a second from Councilor Rivera. So, or, well, it was a tie.
Doesn't matter.
It was a close, it was a photo finish for who seconded it. So it's that motion to adopt is on the floor. So now, Councilor Rivera, you have the floor to talk about your amendment.
Thank you. It's a simple amendment on page 2, line 11 and line 25 to strike Fort Marcy Park. Just so it's clear, there is a difference between Fort Marcy and Majors Field, and they will simply be using Majors Field.
Second.
So that has been introduced as an amendment with a second from Councilwoman Villarreal. Is there a discussion of the amendment? So let's call the roll on the amendment.
All right, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
thank you, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Amendment has been approved.
So we now have a main motion as amended. And I'm going to return to you, Councilman Villarreal, because I'm not sure you got all your business attended to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess I'm curious from staff, do we need to amend the past resolution 2019-49 that stated both locations? which was securing the first date of the wine and chili fiesta. But it does say Fort Marcy Park.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, Councilwoman Villarreal, I will maybe defer to Aaron, but I think if we are amending this one, it's unlikely that the wine and chili fiesta will move on to Fort Marcy Park just for one of the dates. So I think that we are fairly safe in amending this one and leaving the other one as is.
So are you saying the first date will be on Fort Marcy Park? No.
No, I'm saying since we are taking off Fort Marcy Park from this resolution, which would cover Fridays for the next few years, it's unlikely that Wine and Chili would then want to only use Majors Field on Friday and then move on to Fort Marcy Park for Saturdays.
Right.
So,
okay. All right, just checking. So just making sure that we update the quality of life action sheet so it reflects our action and what the recommendations were at that meeting. And that's it.
Thank you. Other comments about the motion as amended? If not, could the clerk please call the roll on the motion as amended?
Yes. Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Behill Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved as amended.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item, which I believe is item K, as in kitchen?
Yes. Item K is request for approval of service agreement in the total amount of $1,444,526.87 to replace Fort Marcy roof and skylights by First Mesa Construction. Karen Gross, our project administrator, is available for this item.
Councilor Villarreal, you pulled this item?
Yes, thank you. I just want to make sure that we added in as the requirement to include an extended warranty of 5 years. I know we talked about it, but I didn't know if I didn't see it documented in the contract.
I apologize, Councilor Villarreal. The Zoom just rejoined in the middle of your question. Could you please repeat it?
No problem. It was just to make sure that we made the adjustments. I didn't see it in our attachments, but to make sure that we adjusted the PSA to include an extended warranty of 5 years.
We did not adjust the contract. We do have in writing that they will be extending the installation warranty to 5 years at no additional cost. And we will make sure that when we get the warranty documents as part of the closeout process, that those include that information, that the term is correct.
Okay, so is that for legal, is that sufficient? We don't have to amend the contract? I don't know if we have legal on.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, did you state the question?
Just want to make sure that if we have the documentation that states that they would be extending extending the warranty to 5 years at no additional cost, but it wasn't actually explicitly stated in their contract, that that's sufficient to make sure that we have documentation that requires that.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, I have not looked at this at all, and I have not talked about staff with it, so I hesitate to weigh in on this matter at all.
So what do you suggest we do? Can we amend it now, the contract?
Mayor Weber, councilors, if the contractor was willing to have a contract amendment, I highly suggest we put it in writing. If you want to set this aside for a few minutes and put something in writing, we're having trouble with unwritten amendments not making grammatical sense in a few instances recently. So I would really want it to be in writing, whatever we do. But if there's something you want in the contract that is not there, then I do recommend you amend it.
Well, I think it wasn't just me, it was a few of us that were wanting.
Like I said, I don't know the background of this at all. Yeah.
I will be happy to make that contract amendment with legal and get it to the contractor for their signature.
Okay, thank you. So in that case, we would postpone.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I guess I was just saying if I don't know how complex this amendment was or how timely this contract needs to be. But I think we'd at least need to set this matter aside for a little bit to get a written amendment proposal as an option, but it looks like Sam maybe has some information about the timeliness.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Because this is not an official contract yet, what we can do is actually get documentation from the contractor, add it as an additional exhibit to this proposed contract, pass that by legal to make sure that it's incorporated into that contract correctly, and then move forward with finalizing, processing this contract with the 5-year warranty written into it. Because of COVID, we have a lot of materiality and other things timelines have expanded due to material delays. So I'd love to be able to continue to move forward with the assurance that we will incorporate the 5-year warranty into the contract should you approve it this evening. If that's inappropriate, I understand, but that would be my recommendation.
Mayor, Counselor.
Please.
So, Aaron, I think there's a question about whether it needs to be incorporated into the contract because they do have written documentation that the warranty has been extended at no extra charge. So I think it's something that maybe if we set aside for a bit and maybe you could look at, we can see whether we need to put it even in the contract tonight.
What does set aside for a bit mean?
What's the right motion? It's put on the table for until, I don't know, the evening session for a definitive time.
Postpone to a definitive time.
Exactly. And so we postpone until the evening session and give them some time to look at it.
That works for me.
Okay, I would entertain such a motion.
So I'd move that we postpone this item until the evening session. Give our
Second.
staff some time to look at what we need to do in order to keep this moving.
Okay, there's a
Second.
motion and there's a
Second.
second. Is there any discussion about it? If not, let's call the roll on the motion to postpone to a specific time.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero-Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, we'll revisit this later in the evening if we can resolve it. Thank you. Madam Clerk, I believe that the next item was taken off is item L by Counselor Garcia.
That is correct. It's item L, request for approval of fiscal year 2022 grant contract in the total amount of $81,902 for the Foster Grandparent and Retired Senior Volunteer Programs, Corporation for National and Community Service. Anya Alred, our volunteer coordinator, I believe is available for this item.
Thank you. And Counselor, I believe you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to recuse myself from this agenda item as I work for the federal agency that administers these programs.
Thank you. We'll come get you when we're done with this. So is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve, and there is a second. Is there discussion? Could the clerk call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merriworth,
Yes. Yes.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. We'll go bring Counselor Garcia back into the room. Hang on one sec. All right, Madam Clerk, let's resume with item 11A, I believe.
That is correct. Moving into the discussion action items. 11A is a request for the approval of an on-call service contract with National Roofing with total compensation in the amount of $1 million plus NMGRT that will expire on June 30th of 2023 for miscellaneous roofing services throughout city facilities with National Roofing Incorporated. Sam Burnett, our Facilities Division Director, is available for this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve from Counselor Merriworth, a second from Counselor Lindell. Are there questions about this item for Mr. Burnett? Yes, Counselor Cassett.
Sorry, Sam, is this the item that I had emailed you about where there was a difference in the contract time? I apologize. I am not, my notes are no longer in PrimeGov.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, to the best of mine, I have to admit, I do not remember that conversation. My apologies. I've been a little busy this week and have forgotten that conversation.
No problem. It was an email. Give me 2 seconds to see if this is the one. I apologize. Sorry. Sam, can you just tell me when this contract expires? Is it in 2023 or 2022? Because there was one contract where it says on the memo that the expiration is 2023, but in the contract it says 2022. And I believe this was the one, and unfortunately I cannot find it.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, I have set up, I believe all of these contracts are set to expire in 2022. It's been our standard practice to extend on-call contracts by 1 year at a time up until recently.
Okay, perfect. So this was the one where it says in the memo that it's scheduled to expire in 2023, but the contract is correct that it is expiring in 1 year.
Correct.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for clarifying that. That was all.
Okay, other questions on this item? Could we please get a roll call on the motion then?
Yes, Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merriworth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to item B on the agenda then?
Yes. Item B is request for approval of amendment number 2 to on-call service contract with Davenport Construction Management, increasing compensation in the amount of $1 million to a new total of 1.250 plus NMGRT that will expire on June 30th, 2023 for fire safety, monitoring, and improvement services throughout city facilities with Davenport Construction Management Incorporated. Sam Burnett is also this staff on this item.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Are there questions for Mr. Burnett? Could the clerk call the roll, please? Oh, Sam, your hand is up. Did you want to say something? Apologies.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Mayor, no problem whatsoever. Councilors, I wanted to point out that there is an error on the agenda. It's most likely my fault, and I apologize for that. Davenport Construction Management, this contract amendment is actually for general contracting services. So he's a general contractor who works for the facilities division. There is a third on-call contract following this amendment, item C, that is with American Fire Protection Group. And that is the amendment that is specific to fire monitoring and fire safety. This one is specific to general contracting services. And my apologies for the confusion.
Thank you for the clarification. Questions about the item or the motion? Could you please call the roll then?
Yes, Mayor, also, can I just clarify that Councilor Romero Worth was the second on this motion?
It was actually me, Madam Clerk.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I was having a hard time hearing. I will update that. Perfect. Oh, and you're also up on the roll call. So Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
That was a yes.
Yes.
okay, thank you. Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Please take us to the next item.
Yes. The next item is request for the approval of amendment number 2 to on-call service contract with American Fire Protection Group, increasing compensation in the amount of $1 million to a new total of $1,418,742.81 plus NMGRT that will expire on June 30th, 2025 for fire safety, monitoring, and improvement services throughout city facilities with American Fire Protection Group Incorporated. And Sam Burnett is the staff on this item.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
There's a motion from Councilor Vihel Coppler to approve it. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Lindell has seconded it. Is there discussion or questions for Mr. Burnett? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes. Councilor Garcia,
Yes. Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes. Next item is 11D. It's request for approval of amendment number 1 to the Global Management Performance Contract. UNIS contract number 3202498 with Adelkia Energy Solutions LLC for the City of Santa Fe streetlight conversion and maintenance to incorporate the specifications of the community guided lighting design. Regina Wheeler, our Public Works Department Director, is available for this item.
Let's see if we can get a motion on the table and then we'll go to discussion.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve from Councilor Vihel Coppler and a second from Councilor Lindell. And I think Ms. Wheeler, Director Wheeler, I will turn to you if you have a presentation you'd like to make at this time.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the governing body. This amendment is to incorporate the community guided lighting design into the Dalkia contract for the street light conversion project. And it also incorporates guidance that was provided upon the approval of that community guided design. And if I could, I was gonna just speak for a few moments to give some detailed specific information about the proposed ongoing community engagement that we're have included in this amendment in response to the guidance given by the governing body when the community guided design was approved. So I'll share my screen and move through just a few slides quickly. First, we wanted to just remind the governing body of the process that we've undertaken to come to this point. When we first brought the contract to the governing body on February 24th, we were given guidance to implement a community engaged, community guided design process for 3 months. And that was done and brought back to the governing body all of the public feedback, as well as a modified design with new equipment. And that was approved by governing body on May 26th, when we were given guidance direction to incorporate ongoing public engagement during the implementation to continue improvement of the project and ensure that our constituents were satisfied with the project. And then we're here now on July 28th with the amendment. And then we'll be stepping in. The next step would be going to the implementation according to the implementation plan that is in the amendment. The ongoing community engagement that we have developed here in response to the direction, we did hear loud and clear the governing body's desire to really engage the public at every step of the way as we went through the process, get their feedback and incorporate their feedback. We have reviewed the video from that meeting, and it's interesting enough that the word pause was my word that what I introduced into
we
the
lost you.
conversation. Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Let's see here.
At least we lost your sound. I think you're still there, but we lost sound with you.
Can you hear me now? No.
Something just happened in the control panel. We're not getting sound
Mayor Weber, councilors, I can hear Regina.
from anybody.
Oh.
Joe Abeda is trying to work to solve the problem. He reported that his system shut down. I'm not sure what that means, but Director Wheeler, we had you and then your voice suddenly cut out. I think it's still off. You want to try one more time, see if you're there?
Can you hear me now, Mayor?
Yeah. No, we have your square lights up, but we don't hear you. You hear each other? We don't hear you.
Yes.
Analysts on Zoom can hear each other.
Yes. It's the audio connection
So
with the
please
chambers.
give us a minute to try to address the technological glitch. We may have blown an O-ring at the wrong moment for our lift out. And so Well, we can't do that. So, so let's revisit the situation. And City Attorney, can you join us? Are you there? I know we can't hear you, but you might be able to hear us. So Joe is reporting that there is a interruption of service. His best bet to restore it is to shut everything down and then reboot. I don't know whether we can do anything in the interim, go into executive session now and come back, but or we just take a 5-minute break while we see if Joe's remedy works. Aaron, could Aaron get, Joe, if we went into a Zoom connection, could Aaron and other people get into it? Would certainly use the time productively and we would not leave people hanging. So I think if we interrupt our agenda, I beg your pardon? Well, we can't have a public hearing if we can't connect with people. So I think the best thing to do is to try to use the time productively by pausing on this item, going into executive session now so that we're using the time productively and then come back out and resume. If that meets people's, if that's acceptable to everybody, I think the next thing we would do.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd make a motion that we postpone this item until our system is rebooted.
Second.
And there's a second. So let's vote on that motion. If we can do that with the city clerk calling the roll, although we probably can't hear the city clerk call the roll.
Mayor, you can't hear
Yeah, we
me.
can't hear you call the roll. So I think we can take a voice vote on this motion at this point. So all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand.
Oh, wait.
I think maybe
aye.
we should each say aye.
Okay, individually say aye. All right.
State your name and say aye is what I'm guessing.
We'll just
City
start with
attorney's going to
Councilor
want us to
Cassett.
do.
Fair enough. Counselor Cassett, we'll just work our way.
I need to state my name and say aye. Counselor Cassett, aye.
Counselor Romero Worth, aye.
Councilor Rivera, aye.
Counselor Lindell, aye.
Mayor Weber, aye.
Councilwoman Villarreal, aye.
Counselor Beta, aye.
Counselor Vihil Coppler, aye, aye, aye.
Counselor Garcia, aye.
Okay, so we're postponing this. Now we need a motion to go into executive session and resume via Zoom. Counselor Rivera.
Yes, I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, Subpart 7, for discussion of threatening or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant, as well as Subpart 8 for discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights by the governing body.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to go into executive session to cover the items as recited by Councilor Rivera. Let's repeat the same methodology of say your name and your vote.
We need to aye or do we need to yes? Counselor Cassett, yes.
Counselor Romero Worth, yes.
Councilor Rivera, yes.
Counselor Lindell, yes.
Mayor Weber, yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal, yes.
Counselor Beta, yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler, yes.
Counselor Garcia, yes.
Very good. So we will now adjourn to executive session while Joe Abeta attempts to shut down and then reboot the system so we can resume our regular order of business. Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Testing, Mayor, testing, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
So I think what's going on is where Zoom again can hear each other, Drell, but anyone on Zoom can hear each other. The chambers isn't connected. I'm going to continue to test with Joe. Hold on.
Okay, I think we're set. Mayor, if you want, you could just unmute and go ahead and start the meeting.
Is the mayor in the meeting?
It looks like the mayor was in the meeting but was not a panelist, so I went ahead and just promoted him. He should be joining us shortly.
Thank you. So
Hold on. Unmute that baby. Christine, can you hear us this way?
Yes, we can hear.
Oh, all right. We have a lot of feedback. I'm hearing myself in Sig's computer.
There you go. Go ahead.
Okay, so the first thing we need, we need.
No, you can just keep yourself, you can unmute yourself now, just keep your, yeah.
Okay, so we need a motion to come back from executive session. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Can the clerk call the roll real quickly?
Yes. Counselor Vihel Coppler.
Oh, yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
That's why we need to be in all the guys.
Well, let one person just unmute their computer. And we'll hear it.
Okay, the vote was up to you next.
Signy, it was Signy and she's in her office.
I thought
No,
it was
it's Councilwoman Villarreal.
Villarreal.
Oh.
Yes.
Counselor Beta.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, we're back in session, but obviously we're having very difficult technological issues that have delayed our ability to have a ordinary productive session. I think the recommendation from the city attorney, as well as discussed with the city manager, city clerk, was for us to identify a time certain and a day certain when we would reconvene to pick up where we left off. And by then, hopefully we'll have ironed out any and all technology wrinkles. We apologize for the inconvenience of everybody who's been waiting patiently for a chance to participate tonight, have your item heard tonight. It is simply not working with the technology we have at hand. Madam City Attorney, could you give us your advice on how we can best proceed and what a motion that would be in order to suspend to a date, time, and a day, time, and date certain would be?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Councilors. So the Open Meetings Act does contemplate circumstances in which a meeting needs to be recessed and reconvened. So that's what we're talking about here. So a motion to recess this meeting and reconvene the time and date certain, but also a location certain, which I understand will continue to be Zoom, and we can update that Zoom link right away.
So I would entertain a motion. I think the best time for us to reconvene that I've heard is Monday after the Finance Committee meeting, which would be roughly at 7 o'clock. And we would do it via Zoom at that time. So the public would be aware of how to tune in and participate. And we would get that information and the links produced as rapidly and as broadly as possible. So I would like to entertain a motion. Councilor Merriwer.
Just a quick question.
Mayor, Councilor, we can't hear you. I can't hear you. At least.
Mayor, Councilor is muted.
Can you hear me now? Okay, just quick clarification. Are we moving the hearing, the public hearing that we wanted to hear from the public about the cannabis legislation? Are we moving that hearing to Monday night, or are we the petitions from the floor, or are we going to postpone that till the next regularly scheduled council meeting?
My preference, and I'm open to discussion, but my preference is just take the agenda as it is now, the unfinished business, move it to Monday night, perhaps pick up where we left off, and try to resume with technology that doesn't disrupt our processes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
So we need a motion that follows the directions of the city attorney. Anybody care to make such a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Beal Copeland.
I move that we postpone the remainder of this agenda to the August 2nd date at 7 p.m.
Second.
Mayor Weber, just can we make it a recess and reconvene?
Go ahead.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler, could we make it a recess and reconvene rather than postpone?
Yes, I will restate my motion to recess this meeting we are in and reconvene on August 2nd at 7 p.m.
On Zoom. Second.
On Zoom. All right, and there's a motion and there's a second. And apologies again to everybody who's been waiting so patiently for your item, your opportunity. We're really been undercut by a technological failure of not pilot error, but mechanical error. So please accept our apologies. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion? Yes. I'm sorry. We still have discussion of the motion.
One point of clarification, just so everybody knows, we still have, maybe you could determine or actually speak on the items that we didn't get to in this meeting, just so the public knows.
Let me do my best to give a quick summary of the items that did not get addressed tonight. We were working through when we had our first technological meltdown, item 11D, which had to do with the contract with Dalkia Energy Solutions. We did not complete that. We did not deal with item 11E regarding the city attorney's recommendation for a land use case. We did not get through housing trust mortgage reduction assistant contract, request for approval of contract amendment to the HomeWise home ownership services contract, request for approval of contract amendment to the housing trust home ownership services contract, did not get taken up. We did not take up request to publish notice of a public hearing on August 11th regarding an amendment to the annual action plan. We did not take up request to publish notice of public hearing on August 25th regarding an ordinance relating to the campaign code, amending the definition of a political committee, increasing the aggregate expenditure amount requiring reporting. That did not come up. We did not get to matters from the city attorney, matters from the city manager. We did go into executive session. The city clerk did not report out. We did not have communications from the governing body. We did not have petitions from the floor, either about cannabis or any other petition. We did not handle appointments that were pending, nor did we have a public hearing on alcohol sale and consumption on city property. I see hands up from both the city attorney and the city clerk. Madam City Attorney, why don't you go first?
I would defer to the city clerk because I think our hands are up about the same matter.
Thank you, Aaron. Mayor, city councilors, we, if it's possible, would need to do the request to publish notice of public hearing for August 11th. This is for public comment and approval of amendment number 2 to the 2019 annual action plan. Alexandra Ladd is for that item because of the 14-day noticing requirements. We actually can't postpone this item specifically. So if possible, if we could vote on that before the motion or before we recess, that would be, is that a possibility?
Anything is possible. Anything is possible, but you have no idea what it's like in the council chamber right now with echo effects and lots of
So as a
challenges.
point of order, Mayor,
Yeah.
I think we have to withdraw the motion that's on the floor.
Oh, yeah, if we want to
and-
do that.
And then come back to it.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so, and we no longer have a motion to suspend. We now are going back into our semi-regular order, and it's been called to our attention that it would be important to get this request to publish notice.
We have to withdraw the second.
Oh, who was the second one? All right, so both the motion and the second have been withdrawn. We are essentially freelancing our way through this agenda at the moment. So Madam Clerk, could you tell us, read for the public, if we're going to
Mayor
try to
Weber,
take this one item up out of order and deal
We
with
need
it.
to, point of order, we just need to amend the agenda then.
I'm sorry, I have absolutely no ability to hear you.
I just said point of order, we just need to amend the agenda so you can talk about that now.
We need a motion to amend the agenda to move this one item up. So
Mayor, I move to amend the agenda to move item that Madam Clerk will fill in the item number for me because I cannot see my agenda up to the current moment.
11I.
11I, I make a motion to move 11I to right now. Second.
there's a motion to move 11I, which is a request to publish notice of public hearing on August 11, 2021. Public comment and approval of amendment number 2 to the 2019 annual action plan to make it the item in front of us right now.
Move to approve.
That was Sig saying she moved to approve that. I think first we have to vote on whether to amend the agenda, Counselor. So there's a motion and a second to amend the agenda. We need to call the roll.
Yes. Counselor Beta.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Merworth.
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
All right. So Madam Clerk, if you could actually read the item for the public's information so that everybody knows which one we're working on before we do anything with it?
So item 11I is request to publish notice of public hearing on August 11th, 2021. Public comment and approval of amendment number 2 to the 2019 annual action plan. This item is presented by Ms. Alexandra Ladd, the Director of Office of Affordable Housing.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor Lindell moved to approve it. Councilwoman Villarreal seconded the motion. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Now, Councilwoman Romero Worth has called to my attention item J on our agenda, which is another request to publish notice for a public hearing on August 25th. And we may need to have another amendment to the agenda to bring that in front of us right now so we get that published in a timely way.
Mayor, I'd make that the next order of business.
Second.
There's a motion to bring that as the next order of business, and there's a second. Can the clerk please call the roll to move this item J to our next order of business?
Yes. Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Lindell,
Counselor Lindell, can you hear the call?
Yes.
She's
thank you.
voting yes.
Yes, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Could you please read item J so the public and anyone who is still following the proceedings tonight knows what's on the docket?
Yes, item 11J is request to publish notice of public hearing on August 25th, 2021. It's consideration of bill number 2021-16, an ordinance relating to the campaign code, amending section 9-2.3 SFCC 1987 to amend the definition of a political committee to include a threshold amount for the reporting contributions, amending section 9-2.6 to increase the aggregate expenditure amount requiring reporting to $500 and to exempt aggregate contribution amounts of less than $25 from separate reporting requirements, amending section 9-2.7 to make necessary changes regarding references to a political committee, and amending section 9-2.11 to exempt aggregate contribution amounts of less than $25 from separate reporting requirements. Councilor Romero Worth and Councilor Garcia are the sponsors of this item, and I believe Marcos Martinez, our senior assistant attorney, is available for this as well.
Move to approve.
Perfect.
There's a motion to approve this from Councilor Romero Worth. Is there a second?
Second.
Second is from Councilwoman Villarreal. Is there discussion of this request to publish? Could the clerk please call the roll, please?
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera. Oh, wait.
Yes.
Wait. I think Councilor Vihil Coppler, was that, no? Okay, Councilor Lindell said yes.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
okay. Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, I think that clears the deck of the things that need to be handled in a particularly timely fashion, which brings us back, Counselor Vihel-Coppler, to your original motion. If you could make it again.
I move to go into recess and reconvene on August 2nd at 7 p.m. to deliberate on the rest of the agenda not discussed tonight.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion that we will recess until Monday at 7. I think we'll be using Zoom Monday night. Madam City Attorney, is it important for us to designate the technology we'll be using? So we'll be,
However, the location, so I think the location will be Zoom.
okay, the location of this meeting will be Zoom. It'll be Monday night. It'll be 7 p.m. We have a motion. We have a second. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you. Apologies again to everyone. This was an unforeseen technological meltdown, not of human cause, but just the machinery did not perform tonight, and I apologize. People have waited very patiently, and we will resume per the motion that was passed Monday, 7 on Zoom with the remainder of our agenda that was unfinished tonight. Thank you, everybody.